Okay, hello. Sorry about that. Audio issues. Oh, look at that. The freaking TikTok is working. Okay, so you guys will be happy to know that I'm back on TikTok because I was able to get it connected to Restream. Meaning, there we go. Now my lip syncing's working. Meaning I can now, hold on, the game is way too loud. Let's just go into the game. Meaning, if I can get onto my damn train of thought, I can stream to TikTok again. However, there's a slight caveat. And that caveat being, there aren't any interactions. So I apologize in advance. Hi, Aki. Hello, everybody. Hi. How's everyone doing? Also, I promise I was not ignoring anybody. I was trying to get audio stuff to work. Audio is the bane of my existence. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? Happy Friday. It's a late stream, by the way. I'm sorry. But had stuff to do. This is your favorite app? Okay. But yeah, we're gonna play some Zelda. I'm gonna show you guys. I downloaded a 4K texture mod, as you may see. Everything looks so pretty now. No more of that weird, gross 5-pixel resolution crap. You finish your drawing and you put it in the Discord? Let me see. I really like your art style, Camille. Oh, looks like I got a bunch of messages on Discord. I haven't been on in a day or two. Whoopsie. Let me see. Oh my goodness. That's so cool. I love that. You're right. I do still get plenty of support, and I appreciate everybody's support. You guys know that. You know I appreciate all of you. But look at Link. He looks so cool now. I can't zoom in on him. Look at him. Ignore any graininess, by the way. It's just the resolution of my screen. You might not see it if you're on mobile, or if you have a lower resolution monitor. I can see it, but you know, I can ignore it. My goodness, Aki's been here for 300 days. That's what I call dedication. 65 more of those and you will have been here for an entire year. Wow. No, sorry, you're stuck with me. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I just turned on Discord. Sorry. Haven't been there. I only got a few of those words, Camille. Sorry. Color. Oh, you like the colors of my character? I'm glad you do. When I designed Slacker's color palette, I kind of thought of a kind of like this. You see how it's like it's basically like a field at dusk. How there's like a lot of orange and dark green. That's sort of what I imagined Slacker's color palette to be. Like a wide open field at dusk. I imagine the treehouse surrounded by sunflowers. Wanted to collab with me today? Oh, well, what did you want to play? I mean, I was only gonna play Zelda for like an hour or so, and then switch over to Tomodachi for like another hour and a half. But I can hop on to something else after this if you want. Oh my goodness, it's my favorite NPC. Go no further! There is a black wall ahead that blocks the way. I thought I would deliver a few letters, but it seems impossible. I am the honorable and dependable letter carrier known to some as the Postman. Now that I have introduced myself, please take this letter and read it at your leisure. To read a letter, press start, and yeah, we know how to do that. You can do that to read any letters you receive. Well, my business is concluded. Onward to mail.
Akin Zero VA wants you to hydrate. Get to it, you thirsty bitch.
Is Saribot doing their job? I see a bot there. Did Saribot squish it? If not, we're gonna have a real bad time. I'm gonna have to talk to Saribot's boss. Oh, hydrate. I'm so sorry, Aki. I spaced out. There we go. Thank you. Yeah. Shut up, Midnight. Let's be a wolf already. You know what would have been funny is if they went with the Link to the Past road and made him a bunny. Wait, what? Why did it select no? I selected yes. Game, you're tripping. It's bullying me. What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, get it out of your system. Okay, yeah. Was pushing the wrong button. What's up, Enrique? How you doing? Look, he has fingernails now. Don't call me a good boy, that's weird. Yeah, look, even the wolf textures look so cool now. And Midna, her little fused shadow hat, you can see all the little details. They did a great job with this texture pack. So how's everyone's day today? Everybody have a good Friday? Weird baby kid. My day was alright. Just worked, but then after that we went and got udon for dinner, so that made me happy. I'm going the wrong way. Congrats. You're tired? Oof. Ain't gotta hit me with the truth bomb there, Aki. Feel ya. I'm there with ya. Felt seen. Wrong button. Do you have tomorrow off? Do you get to have Saturday to yourself? What's this? That's strange. The bridge is gone. I wonder if this is the work of those shadow creatures. Ugh, what a pain. Ah, well, let's look for it. You, get your map out. Nope. Are you serious? You don't even get Saturday off? Sheesh. Yeah. I know, Midna. I know. If I remember correctly... It's... here? I think it's here. Avoiding void? What? I'm not avoiding anybody. What's wrong? Is Void talking again and I can't see it? Hold on, I need to fix my tracking. I promise you, everybody, I am not avoiding you. If I can't see your messages, it's the stupid chat thing that I have. I think I gotta switch to a new one. I don't know why it keeps blocking everybody's chat messages. Alright, there we go. Asked you to and I never responded. Well, I didn't see your message. I didn't see you ask me anything. I don't know why out of everybody it's blocking his messages. My favorite type of pie is, oh man, that's a toss up between apple pie and cherry pie. I love baking apple pie, but I love the tartness of cherry pie. It's perfect, don't you think? Well, yeah, because it's the bridge. Wrong, it's pumpkin. What? You can't tell me what kind of pie I like. Who do you think you are? Bleb. Tienes hambre? Then go eat. Oh, me? You're saying I have hunger? No, I'm not hungry. I had udon for dinner. Big bowl of kake udon. My favorite kind of udon. I know, you're gonna say, what are you, an old man? All you like is broth and noodles? Shut up. Okay? I like it. There's nothing wrong with pumpkin pie. I like pumpkin pie. It's just not my favorite. Old men like lentils? Yeah, you're right. See, just as I thought. So, isn't the power of Twilight amazing? Call me if you need the power again. It should help you find what we're looking for, don't you think? All right, let's keep going. Arambe? ¿Tienes arambe? Arambe? Lo siento, no tengo uno changa. Uno chango. Arambe didn't die for this? Yeah, you're right. Yo, what's up, Cam?
Lucky Dude 1 wants you to hydrate.
Okay, I'll hydrate.
Get to it, you thirsty bitch.
How you doing, buddy? Cálmate, amigo. ¿Por qué? I didn't do nothing. What's up, Smiley? How you been, Cam? Chicken shoe. Unleash your energy into abyss? Some abyss? What that? That game? Oh wait, Link, you're going the wrong way. I was wondering why Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess reminds you of the Birthday Massacre band. You listen to them while you were playing this game. Man, you're old. Bringing up a band like that. Who again? You in a bin. Overwhelmed and underwhelmed. Hey, I mean that's just what it means to be an adult, right? Oh man, I'm loving this restream thing because everything is just like there's no lag right now. Everything's flowing. Is Void talking? ¿Qué pasó? Why does it not show Void's messages? Wait a minute. Void, is your account restricted by any chance? Age restricted? If your account is age restricted, that's why it's not showing up on my chat. FYI. To the hero who's transformed into a blue-eyed beast in the realm of shadows in Twilight. This way. Oh boy, we're going to collect the more light. Oh, I love it. I am a spirit of light, hero chosen by the gods. Look for my light. Gather the light stolen by the shadows into this. Woo! And this game's so pretty with 4K textures, I swear. It's like, it basically just turns into a whole new game. It makes me really excited for what the Ocarina of Time remake could be. Still possibly on for that Overwatch plan? Yeah. I mean, if your days are some... Don't do that. That was really fucking loud. And that scared me. Where did you even find that? I don't even have that on my freaking sounds. Hey, boys. That was scary. Anyways, if you can only do Sundays and Mondays, then that means we're limited to Monday. Because I don't stream Sundays. Well, I mean, unless, you know, I'm not doing anything on Sunday, then, you know, it would be off-stream Overwatch play, which, you know, I'm not, you know, which would still be fun. But just informing you. Yeah, poor Slacky, my eardrums, man. I don't even know how the heck you guys find some of those sounds. I don't have them on my sound thing. Hello, Antonio. How you doing? Yeah, I know you'll do it again. That's the problem. I know you.
Skill issue.
2 hours ago, my time? 6 p.m.? D&D until 10... Oh, I missed that message. Okay. D&D until 10 p.m. Eastern, which would be 8 p.m. my time. Yeah. Tomar un cafecito. Oh boy, don't drink too much caffeine, okay? I don't want you hurting yourself. Unless you're like me and you have like a super liver that's used to years of caffeinated abuse. Me hoy me noy. like that you added the onomatopoeia too. You put glup glup, gloop gloop. Super Liver, some alternate reality dude superhero name. Yeah, his only power is he can't get drunk and he can't get poisoned. Other than that, he's just a regular dude. It's like Adventure Time. There was this episode where Jake got poisoned, but all he did was just expand his liver and he got rid of the poison. You're a little addicted to caffeine. You draw a lot when you drink caffeine. You know what? Fair. That's fair. I suppose there's any nicer way to hunt these things down, huh? Well, you had to sacrifice someone's house to find tears of light, but that's how the cookie crumbles, right? That's just the way the cookie crumbles. That's just the way it is. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Would you drink if you couldn't get drunk? No, because I don't drink alcohol for the taste. I don't drink alcohol at all, really. If I'm at a party and I'm not going to be driving home, then I'll drink. But if I have to drive home, I don't touch this stuff at all. Oh my gosh, it's the first Mexican president. Hola, ¿qué tal? This is Twilight Princess, Legend of Zelda. It's an honor, El Presidente. No, no me gusta. I know. What's wrong with you? I hear it all the time. You want to make a joke? If it's one of your patented dark jokes, then save it for later. You gotta go to bed now? Alright, Cam. Thanks for being here, my friend. Have good sleeps. And good rest of your night. Oh, I knew I was gonna miss that. I mean, granted, I didn't even try. Crunchy cat. I love the way they scrunch their nose when they bite onto something. Like, if somebody ever, rewind. If I can ever commission somebody to rig my model, like if I get a new model, I'm gonna pay extra for them to rig my nose to scrunch when I do this. Those are some big words, Camille. Crunching nose is so cute. I know. That's why I want my model to do it. Why did I do that? Oh, I forgot they're on the map too. Da doi. They're up, right? If I remember correctly. What's the objective? Right now, the objective is to find these stupid bugs. I hate this part of the game so much. It slows the game way down. But basically, the objective is to collect the Twilight bugs that have stolen the light and restore the light to the land. And yeah, basically just put everything back to normal. But I hate this part. Come on, light it. There we go. Just like that. Void said he's going to bed. Okay, bye, Void. You should really check out your account. See if you got, like, an age restriction on it. Because I can't think of any other reason why you would not show up in my chat. My chat software.
Welcome back from the ad break. If you hate ads, consider a sub or using your Twitch Prime.
I think I want to switch Foxy's voice to that new TikTok text-to-speech voice. It sounds more realistic. And I think it kind of suits the canon age for Foxy. You might have heard it in some of those like weird videos, especially the Lucky Scoop ones. I don't know. Wait, is it text to speech or is it one of those weird filters? Because I know there's also those voice filters, but can't really do that. Don't remember how to get in here. There we go. And if you're, maybe it's a filter, yeah, that's what I would be afraid of. Because then that would mean that I can't use it if it's a filter. And if you mean like what is the objective overall of the game, it's basically an RPG. If you don't know about Legend of Zelda, it's somewhat of an RPG where you save the world. Cripes, I don't see those black brutes anywhere. They've got to be hiding somewhere, waiting for their helpless little prey to come out. Then they'll feast. We are safe as long as we remain in here, child. Be at ease. Oh yeah? I wonder if the monsters out there agree with you. They sure didn't seem impressed by my bombs. How long do you think we can hold this sanctuary against beasts that strong, huh? Once they attack, it's over. Remember the lady from the general store? Just one of those things attacked her, and a whole gang from town went to save her. And what happened? She was already gone, and there were 2 monsters waiting. You connecting the dots? That means if we get attacked by them, then we'll be... Horns! He did it on purpose. You tried playing Tears of the Kingdom and you got overwhelmed? It is kind of an overwhelming game, so I feel ya. Yeah, if you like to watch the play, then just kick back and enjoy. Look, Renato, all I mean to say is that it's risky here, too. Ain't you got some place we can hide? There is a cellar. What? You've got a cellar? Where's the entrance, man? The entrance to the cellar is designed to open when all of the candles have been lit. I would not do that. When Father instructed me to secure the cellar, I saw insects like the beasts outside. Don't cry, Beth. It'll be okay. Link is coming to save us all. Okay, Camille. I can feel it. I feel it in my Jacobs. I feel it in my plum. Link's coming to save us. These kids knew you'd come to save them. What a hero. How sad to be right in front of someone and not be noticed at all. You are chosen by the gods, and only that keeps you from turning into a spirit, or worse, into a dark monster when you enter Twilight. And no one knows what you have done. You may be doomed to toil in obscurity forever. You're the type to worry about everything, I can tell. But don't fret over Princess Zelda. She chose this state of affairs after all. Anyway, what's with having to light candles to get to the basement? Not very subtle, is it? So, what are you gonna do now, my lonely little hero? Okay. We gonna light this bitch on fire is what we gonna do. Come on, Pookie, let's burn this motherfucker down. Holy moly. Need to find a translator. Thank you for the follow. I don't like not having the TikTok translator. I still need to work on my Spanish. I understand some of it, like 75%. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh wait, I'm totally missing it. Come here, you. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, now I remember. The other ones are up in the Goron place. No, I don't. No, Midnight. I don't know. Need to go over there. It's okay, Camille. I'm sorry. I'll do my best if to respond. If I can understand something, then I'll respond. Otherwise, I'll have to like use context clues from the words I do understand to piece your sentences together. Looks like the path's impassable, but I can get you up to it if you want to go. Oh god, do not be posting Lenny's in my chat. No Lenny posting. Just kidding. I use Lenny face all the time. What's up, Phoebe? How you doing? Yeah, it's an emoji or emoticon actually. Little trick so you can see the lines. Fight you then? Alright, bring it. Hi Velku, how you doing? Hello, Bia. The music is beautiful. You are appreciating the genius that is Koji Kondo. Let teachings of old pass to you. Take sword in hand and find me. You like my eyes? Thank you. Are you singing? I understood some of those words. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm totally gonna, like, miss one of the bugs. Mary, little shit, stop running. Why are you running? I'm doing alright. You having a good Friday evening? Evening everything out. Oh boy. We gotta climb that whole mountain. Just drawing? Ooh, heck yeah. What you drawing? Oi. When we play Grand Theft Auto 6, I'm probably gonna get DMCA'd a lot because I'm gonna be blasting the Corridos channel. Maybe like, I don't give a shit about your DMCA. Drawing stuff for the wife's model. Ooh, heck yeah. What's your wife's model? Did you ever tell me? Sorry if you did and I forgot. I got a really bad memory. Okay. What? Link, what are you doing? The Suikamono. Oh, the is that the customizable one? Neato. Okay. That sounds like fun. Yeah, I don't think I'm able to get up there. If I remember correctly. Get down. Yay. Oh, right when a meteor landed. Uh, why is Earth called Earth if there is more water than Earth? Mind blown. Uh, good question. I think it's... You got me there. I think it's because... Isn't the Latin word terra? That doesn't necessarily mean Earth like dirt. It just means the planet in general. I think. I don't know. Mi cerebro. Oh, it's an owl. I never noticed that. Well, funky looking owl. My name is Eldon. I am one of the light spirits of Hyrule. I am the spirit that guards these lands. O great hero chosen by the gods. The dark power you seek lies in the sacred grounds of the proud mountain dwellers. But already those grounds have been defiled, draped in shadow and seeded with evil. Causes so much breakage. Aren't you supposed to not brush your hair immediately after showering? Aren't you supposed to, like, let it dry first and then brush it? Also, don't brush your hair when you do, like, a warm shower because it, like, loosens the follicles and you'll pull out more hair. All right, bye, Mexican president. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. Someone's found Space's edge. Would that make it limited? There is no edge to space. The universe has no edge. See, Beth, I told you Link would save us. Why is that bitch-ass baby side-eyeing me? You are the one from Ordon whom these children spoke of? We are well met. I am Renato, shaman of this town. And this? This is my daughter, Luda. Get fucked, Barnes. Bombastic side-eye. You have wavy hair. Oh, you need to brush it immediately or it'll get frizzy? Awful luck. The beast took us and left us to die, but Mr. Renato found us. At first, I couldn't believe they had come from so distant a place as the Ordona province. Yeah, we don't remember much. All of a sudden, everyone was captured, and then, until now, it's been like a nightmare. Yeah, it was like a terrible dream and we couldn't wake up. You want to hear a favorite quote from me? Uh-oh. What did I say? What's that word? Rizado? Nightmares are everywhere these days, it seems. This village has certainly seen its share of recent hardships. The dark beasts attacked, but even worse was the sudden and inexplicable change in the mountain-dwelling Goron tribes. They had long been our friends, but suddenly treated us as foes. Even now they refuse to permit us entry into their mines. Oh yeah. When they were glazing me up, yeah. It strains the limits of belief to think that such a gentle and proud tribe could change so suddenly. It makes me wonder if something in those mines is the cause of this change. In any case, you must take these children and flee this village before more nightmares descend. I, of course, cannot leave my village in such a time. There is no telling what may happen to us here. but it is my job to try to coax the Gorons back from their recent change of heart. Is the screen flickering? What are y'all staring at? It looks like it's flickering. I don't like that. Okay, anyways. Hold on one second. Hello. Okay, sorry, I was chatting on someone on Discord. You're gonna cut your hair like my character? Is that what you're saying? You're gonna make it like a shaggy wolf cut? What's up, Goof? How you doing? Okay, this ain't the way. Easy's not the way. Alright, I forgot. I gotta go get my ass kicked by the Goron real quick. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. No humans allowed. These lands ahead belong to the Goron tribe. The elder said no humans may pass. Oh shit. Oh god. Well, my back's broken. Yep, I just got my ass kicked. A weak spirit is no match for the mind of the Gorons. Do you understand me, human? Then away with you. I need a chiropractor. My back. Because that's like 20 feet, right? Because I think Link canonically in this game is like 5'10" or something like that. 5'9" or something. It's like a good 20-25 feet that he just fell on his back. This man's back is shattered. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Bruised bones. Oh, hi. Ah, how fortunate you are in one piece. I saw you heading up the mountain trail, so I was worried. Are you trying to reach the Gorons of Death Mountain? It is far too dangerous, Link. They recognize only strength. A normal person could never persuade them. But I do know one person who was able to best them and earn their trust. His name is Bo. You may know him as the mayor of your hometown, Ordon. Please go to him, and while you are there, please let him know that their children are safe. Of course, getting them back would be best, but we could not keep them safe from the monsters on the road without a horse and cart. Please return to Ordon and inform the parents that their children are free from harm. Give them my word. Okay. If your curly hair is very short, you have it short. About the same length as... Oh, your character's hair... I mean, your character. Your hair is as short as my character's hair? You like when I read? Okay, good. Anytime I play a dialogue heavy game, I like to read in a character voice, so look forward to more of that. Epona, darling, it's me. You know how fast this horse has to be? Excuse me. How fast this horse has to be going for Link to be constantly like hanging off like that? Gotcha. My horsey. Okay. Oh. You're not too shabby a wrangler after all. Won't this make getting back to your town a lot easier? Now, go finish your errand so we can get back. Get a move on. Oh, Midna. It's so unfortunate how you fall under the same trope of annoying sidekick who tells me what to do when I was about to do it anyways. Mr. Link, wait! Greetings, Mr. Link. I have come to deliver a letter. It is a letter from Uku. How a chicken wrote a letter is beyond me. Well, my business is concluded. Onward to mail. I've always wanted to cosplay him. He's a fascinating character. And then, like, I would run around the convention. What are you doing, Epona? Run around the convention center, and anytime I see a Link cosplayer, I'll run up and be like, Mr. Link, wait! And then give him a letter. Out the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way.
VA wants you to hydrate. Get to it, you thirsty bitch.
Okay, but I'll warn you, all I got left now is Red Bull. Huh? I mean, there's water in Red Bull. Right? Let me check the ingredients. Carbonated water. So I'm getting spicy hydration. So many people I've heard, they see me drinking these big giant... Like, there was this really annoying chick at one of the schools I work at, and she would be constantly, and I say annoying, I'm not saying that to degrade her. Everybody disliked her because she stuck her nose in everybody's business. But she'd be like, oh my god, you got that 20-ounce Red Bull, you know that's gonna kill you, right? And one time I was like, it's not doing it fast enough, and I walked away. Whoa, it is you, Link. You're safe and sound. Clothes. What happened to you, lad? I joined a cult. Come quick, inside. Use the water from my body to be hydrated. Unfortunately, I'm not an extremophile, so I do not have that ability. What's up, John? Well, that's good. Renato's an old friend. If they're in his care, then we can relax. Also, I forgot to say, if you guys are sending me gifts, I can't see them because I'm not on TikTok Live Studio. So I apologize if you guys are sending me gifts and nothing's popping up. I have to see if there's a way for me to set that up through Restream. So, sorry. Red Bull is bueno? Sí. Red Bull es muy bueno. Well, that's good. Renato's an old friend. If they're in his care, then we can relax. I forgot the voice that I did for him. OBS? Yeah, I'm using OBS and Restream. I have basically what it does is it takes your single encoding instance for your graphics card, and it sends the 3 streams to their cloud service, where then it does all the video stuff so that you have a very low overhead on your machine. Red Bull should sponsor me at this point. Nah, I'm not cool enough. So, don't keep me waiting, lad. Tell me of my little girl. Ilya's with the rest of them, right? Oh, about that. Oh, I see. That ain't what I wanted to hear. Ah, but Link. Alright, John, thanks for stopping by, my friend. Have a good rest of your day at work. They better treat you well. I guess I need to think of all 5 of those poor kids, not just my own. They're all in danger. What I should be asking is how I can help out. Ooh. What's that now? The Goron's a Death Mountain? The Go Bones? I see, so Renato told you that. Well, it's true. I did defeat the Gorons in a contest of strength and earn their trust with the help of a little secret. Steroids. Hold on one sec. No response. Caffeine not responding to me, huh? Tierno? ¿Qué es esto? Tierno. I can teach you the secret, but can you promise me that you absolutely positively will not disclose it to anyone? Cute. Ah. Thank you. Good. Alrighty then. Absolutely no one. Come this way. Link, you've heard of sumo wrestling, right? Go-ons like to match strength in sumo contests. Luckily for you, the basics of sumo are the same as stop and charging goats. You want to hear more? Alrighty then, I'll teach you the basics of the ways of sumo. If you're getting in a sumo match, chances are you're in an arena like this. The first fella to push his foe outside the arena wins. Step forward and grab your foe with A. Yeah, I know how to do it. Blah, 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 blah. No, I mean, no. Damn it. You K-Porgabored me. What's up, Russo? You like when I speak Spanish? Well, I'll try to do it more. Look at his tiny little legs. I could just sweep them right from underneath them. What's up? Link, please put those guns away. Slap me in my face. You're from Latam. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué tal, mi amigo? You seem to understand the basics. Alrighty, next time I won't go easy on you, lad. Fight me as if you were fighting one of the Go-Bones. Oh, I did not need to see that. Oh, dodge me, will ya? You and these kitty sounds, I swear. Bitch. Stop slapping me. Get slapped, fat man. Oh no! Oh. Trying to get around me. I see how it is. How come I can't dodge? Stop it, dude. I'm pushing A. That didn't count. I'll get fucked. Slap me in my face. You come to the gun show, you better bring better guns than that, boy. Whoa, not too shabby, lad. With your natural talent, I'm sure you can take on the Gorons. You've gotten a sight stronger in the short time you've been gone, Link. Strong as you are, though, you can't hope to beat the Gorons wrestling with the power alone. Those Gorons are made of rock. Now, the secret to beating the Gorons is locked away in that chest. Take it with you, lad. I knew it, it's steroids. Next time you put your hands on me, you better make sure I'm dead. You can probably tell those boots are made of iron, lad. Whoever wears them won't be easily pushed around, even by a Goron. If you're fixing to fight a Goron, be sure to wear those boots. Let's be square though, lad. You can't ever tell anyone about those boots, especially Renato. Oh, tell him. You hear me? You slapped me in my face. I'm gonna tell him everything. Also, do we have enough money for the healing shield? I think we need 200 if I recall correctly. I hope we have enough. Hold on. Yeah, good job, Link. That's definitely what I wanted to do. We're going down into to Link's basement, everybody. We're gonna find his stash of comics. Hello, Ariel. Welcome back. You like the toasters with wings? Oh yeah, huh? You guys are seeing that that background. I forgot about that. Yeah. TikTok used to have a different background, but now you guys are gonna have the toaster background. That's a ancient screensaver. Also, hello Holly, how are you? If you're an old man like me, you'll remember the flying toaster screensaver. I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. We are having a fantastic Friday evening, playing some Zorldo, enjoying the crisp 4K textures. My English broke there for a second. I almost said 4K textures. This tongue of mine, it's broken. Old man, yeah. That me. I also, like, I can't promise anything, but I want to see if this year, if my friends want to get together for a birthday stream, because somebody's got a birthday at the end of this month. So I want to see if any of them are up to play something. But if not, then we'll probably just play something, something else. What's that say? I can't read that. Oh. You're old. Don't see anyone talking at all? Yeah, that's because you're all alone in YouTube land. Sorry. If you want to join the party, you could go watch on TikTok or Twitch. But yeah, YouTube land is usually pretty quiet. Get out of the way. Man, this kid's a little stinker. Just hoping your birthday's not on a school day. Man, that's how I used to feel too. I used to hate it when my birthday was on a school day. Take me instead. Dang, they made his armor look cool. Didn't do anything about his teeth though. I always like this part because it shows how heroic Link is. He's such a good boy. Vuelvo. Oh. Wait. Is it? Hold on. It's this way though, right? Come on, Epona. Get me over that gate. There we go. Had to make sure his aura wasn't too high. Is that what he did? An aura check? Or that's what they did to him? Aura checked him? Oh, you'll be right back. Okay. Alright, Camille. I'm learning new words all the time. Do I play the world of Dandy? What's the world of Dandy? I don't know. Come here. Come here. I'm gonna slice ya, then I'm gonna dice ya. I'm gonna turn ya into a plate of gabagool. I'm gonna chop ya up just the way Mama used to make. Get out! Get away from me! Little shits. Where'd he go? Now it's jousting time. Were you speaking the wrong language? I wouldn't say wrong language. You were just speaking a language different than what I'm used to. Dandy's World. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Have I ever heard of that? No, I haven't heard of that. Is that a Roblox game? That sounds like something that would be on Roblox. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Turn around, Epona. Thank you. Missed. Inténtalo otra vez. Ja. Sayonara. Oh, he dead. Welcome back, Camille. You came back just in time to watch me whoop his ass. Link, I'm dying. Listen to my final words. Is everyone okay? Beth, I'm sorry. You know, for shoving you. Are you mad? I think I finally understand. I understand what my dad meant when he told me I needed to be stronger like you, Link. He said I need to go to the gym and get gains. He wasn't talking about strength like lifting stuff. He was talking about being brave. Link, you saved me, didn't you? What I mean, I've never played Dandy's World? Yeah, I've never played Dandy's World. I never even heard of it. This is the first time I've heard of it. You can do anything. You can do something to help the Gorons in the mine too, can't you, Link? I'm gonna whoop the Go Bones ass, and then he died. Muerto. Don't worry, Link. I'll bury the body. It'll be like it never happened. Link looks very attractive. I know, right? That's what happens when you work on the farm. You become a beefcake. No, he's... no, he's not dead. Estoy jugando. I'm just messing around. He's not dead. Estoy jugando. Only playing. Only joke. Yo soy un payaso. Also, thank you for the follow, Holly. I just saw that. I'm so sorry. Okay. Hold on, let me put on my special shoes. What'd you think now, bitch? I got my Timberlands on. Ain't gonna whoop me now. You got scared for the child. I'm sorry. That's what happens when I joke around too much. Oh, you are back again, human. You will never pass. You cannot hope to match our brute force and our stony nipples. Yeah, what do you like having your back broken now, huh? Doesn't feel too good, do it? Oh, Jesus, I forgot about that there's other ones. Good, I'm glad to hear that, Aki. All y'all, just relax. See, that's how Link got so buff. He can just toss big heavy things like it's nothing. Wait a minute. Am I able to buy the healing shield yet? I don't think the kid opened the store yet, right? I don't think he opens it until you beat Goron Mine. You're gonna take him home to mommy? Oh, goodness. It's just like when I play Resident Evil and everybody starts thirsting after Leon. I'm like, oh my gosh, ladies. You gotta share Leon, okay? Oh, 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 oh. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Ow, you got me. Oh. Hey, wait a minute. How come the Gorons let those little shitty bokoblins get up here, but not me, huh? What's that all about? Leon is a pimpollo? I've never heard that word before. Bribed him with the devil's lettuce. They're like, hey, go bones. I got some marijuana. Ouch. Well, that's what I get for putting on my shoes. Oh, 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 Jesus. Bye, Ariel. Thank you for being here. Have a good evening. Whoa, this looks dangerous. Is this the traditional Death Mountain welcome? Almost squished my brains. All right. This way. I think it's this way. No, Link. Will you get over there? Get your ass over there. Oh. Bitch. Dude, the freaking sky even hates me. What the hell? Delivery for Mr. Goron. Pimpollo is a young person or young man who stands out for his beauty and charm. You know what? That is definitely Leon. Well, what do you call him now that he's like 40 something years old or 50 something years old? In the new game. Is he still a Pimpollo? Widely used in Ecuador. Oh, okay. That explains why I've never heard it. Oi. Oh. I almost didn't make that. I thought it was funny because it has the word boyo in it. And I was like, are you calling him like a handsome chicken? Is that what that is? Don't need the shoes, I keep forgetting. Leon's a rooster. Enough. Is this young one such an imposing enemy that you must get all gang up on him? I think not, little brothers. I am a Goron elder, little human. I am called Goron. Because of certain circumstances, I must lead the Goron tribe in place of Darbus, our tribal patriarch. Tell me, little human, do you come from the village below? You have done well to come this far. You are strong for a human. However, the mines beyond here are sacred to my tribe. Outsiders are not allowed unless... I can make an exception, but you would have to beat me in a contest of power. Are you willing to try that, little human? Welcome back, Phoebe. Okay, let me put my shoes on real quick, okay? Link, you can't bring a sword to a sumo match. Yeah, let me put my shoes on. Dude, that's embarrassing. Okay, let's try this again. It's 3 a.m. You need to go to sleep then. You shouldn't be watching Slacker at 3 a.m. No. Where you think you're going, old man? Stop dodging me. Who do you think you are, you stupid old man? Get out of my sight, you frickin' old prune. Signature look of superiority. Young warrior, you have a strong will and sharp eyes. Fine traits. Want to see how well you can use them? You have seen it, I would bet. The mountain erupting without pause. When the mountain began to rage, all 4 of us elders and Darbers, our patriarch, went inside to investigate its anger. We have a treasure that was entrusted to us by the spirits, and we must protect it. Do you understand? But the moment Darbus reached out and touched the treasure, everything went wrong. He collapsed, and before our very eyes transformed into an unspeakable monster. He began to rage through the mines, trailing ruin behind him, and the eruptions grew more frequent and more severe. We used all of our strength to seal him deep inside the mountain. It grieved us to do this to our patriarch, but we had no other course of action. I ask this favor of you, young warrior. Go to the aid of Darbus. Make no mistake, the spirits have guided you here. Whoa, what is this camera angle? I, Goron, need your help. On behalf of my entire clan, I ask you for your aid. Hey. You two! Let the young warrior pass. Who the man? I the man. Oh. Yep. Cool. Didn't mean to talk to you. Oh boy, you look super cool with the new textures.
Welcome back from the ad break. If you hate ads, consider a sub or using your Twitch Prime.
Really? That's really sweet of you. That's very nice of you to say. Because usually I've always felt that my personality rubs people the wrong way. But I'm glad you think that. Money? It's money. Think I don't see you up there? Get down. Stop it. Oh. You're gonna inflate my ego. Nobody likes VTubers when their egos get too big. $4 a.m.? You really should go to sleep. 4 a.m. is when you become so tired that everything starts being funny. And I don't need you laughing at my bad jokes. Because you'll regret it later. Link, why did he do that? He didn't jump. He just grabbed onto the freaking ledge. Link, what are you doing, buddy? Hell yeah, Link. Do your little spam, your spin. Careful with the caps. Nightbot doesn't like all caps. I'll have to adjust the settings a bit later so that he's not so angry. But I still see your message though. That's what I mean. You're so tired that you're gonna be laughing at all the dumb things I say. We can't have that. Link, open the door. Believe this boy? I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos. I do kind of wish there was like a King Dodongo in Twilight Princess's style. Because I kind of like what they did with them in this game. What's up, Hester? How you doing? Must be hot as alien balls. Yeah, more than likely. Oh god, I couldn't stop. It's okay, guys. Don't worry. It's just really hot tomato soup. He's fine. Do you think the fear of Elmo is weird? Nah. Honestly, I don't think any fear is weird because everybody's like perception of reality is different. You know, some people are afraid of some really irrational things, and I say irrational only because it's like, you know, Elmo ain't gonna hurt you. He's just gonna hurt you really, really badly. Or no, actually I messed up that quote. He's not gonna kill you, he's just gonna hurt you really bad. Anyways. No, I don't think any fear is dumb or whatever. Honestly, I can see that. I mean, the Muppets do look a little freaky sometimes, so I don't fault ya. Oh my god, look at this guy. He's about to fall over. You okay, old man? Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are? Where's your caregiver?
I thought I felt a presence. What a surprise to find a young human. Word has come to me of you, and if Gorkorn is facing you, then your heart must be true. I am one of the 4 Goron elders. Goramoto is my name. You are heroic, young human. Please, you must lend this tribe your power. That is one of the key shards. The one merged together form the key to the room where Durbus is being held. He's our patriarch. The key is split into 3 pieces. Each of us elders keeps a piece. You must hurry to the other elders.
Okay, old man. Drink your prune juice. You're getting sleepy? You should go sleep then. Fear of wooded areas? You know what? That I call you just following human evolution. Because, you know, back in the day when our ancestors lived on the edge of wooded areas like forests. Oh my god, Link, climb the ladder. What are you doing? Jesus. When we like lived on the edge of forests and stuff, it was dangerous. There was like wolves and spiders and stuff. So I consider that a very rational fear. Bye, Phoebe. Thank you for being here. Okay. Phew, free at last. Gracious, you're the nice fellow who helped me out the other day. How nice to see you again. Well, now that we've found each other again, let's stick together for a bit, hmm? I'll be right with you, so if you want to warp out, just let me know. Oh, cool. And I like doing the voices. So if you're having fun, then I'm having fun. Gotta be a little scary to be walking around. I pushed the wrong button. I meant to push the button to pull out my sword, and I pushed the button to take off my shoes. Only me, man. Only me that could happen to. What about the character Woody from Toy Story? Is it just the material wood, or is it the word wood? Like if somebody says, "Hey, would you help me out?" Are you like, "Huh." Where am I supposed to be going? Oh, that way. Just the material? Okay. So what, are all of your doors in your house made out of metal or something? Or do you just not have doors? Does it freak you out knowing that the skeleton of your house is made out of wood? Our skeletons are always wet. Well, yeah, that's because you're always talking about bone. Oh, thank you, Hester. I appreciate that. You have to take some awful medicine? Oh, man, I'm sorry. That's never fun. All right, Aki, have fun. Be careful getting back home, okay? And be careful while you're out. That's okay. They can redirect the topic if they want. Oh yeah, get styled on, fool. Oh. Yeah, good job, Link. Did he know I was at what? What are you talking about? Hester, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Have a good night. You like Link's battle cries? You like when he's going hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, skibbity gup, bup, bup. Bye, Hester. Have a good night. Ignore the cat warning. It's okay. Yo, what? First of all, how dare you? Freaking little guy. Thinking he can dodge me. Who do you think you are? You have an idea? What's your idea? Pum pum. Hello, Phoebe. Yes, pum pum. Oh my gosh. Well, don't you have to go to sleep? You have school in the morning or anything? Or work? Does the fox next to me have a name? I just call him Foxy. Nobody has really decided on a name for him yet. Do you want to give him a nickname? Be my guest. It's Saturday tomorrow? Ah, so you don't got work or school? Well, okay. I'll allow it this time. Well, it's Saturday for you, because you live in the States, right? But not everybody lives in the United States. Although if Camila lives in Ecuador, then I'd imagine that she's somewhere along the same latitude or latitude as us. So I guess it is Saturday for her too. Every time. Have to do it every time. It's the law. Okay, good. Here we go. Finally, the weekend. I know. Ain't it awesome? We've all been working so hard throughout the week, and now we finally get to chillax and be lazy. You got any big plans for Saturday? Uh-oh. Don't have a key. He's up there. Stupid chairs. Tell Twitch you said hi. Hey Twitch, YouTube chat says hi. That's a piece of heart.
Ay, ay, ay.
Saturday and Sunday, you're like Cinderella. Oh man, so you're trapped in the attic while your stepmom and stepsisters go out and have fun all day. Que lástima. And then another. You don't know what your plans are for Saturday? Well, I mean, TBH, the best plans are no plans. You'll rest a bit since you're sick. Yeah, don't overdo it, okay? Make sure you get plenty of rest. And drink some hot soup. Make some caldo de pollo. Excuse me, boys. Coming through. How does Link's sword not get stuck to the magnet floor? Riddle me that, Batman. Oh man, I forgot. We gotta do this stupid... Ugh. Hate the part that's coming up. No plans means that there's no plan. Heck yeah. There's no plans to be the best. Oh. You caught me in a paradox. You can't do that.
That is illegal. Shoot her or something.
Key. Bum 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 bum. Woo. That's gotta feel really weird on your guts getting flipped like this, right? Like when you're at the carnival and you ride those like really fast roller coasters and it does like the little quick flip like and your stomach feels like it's about to come out of your throat. Oh, it's another old man.
Oh, the young human. I am pleased to see you made it this far, brother. I am one of the 4 elder of the Goron tribe. I am called Gor Abizel. You have heard of the plight of our patriarch. Otherwise, you would not have come to see me. Here, take this, brother. Oh, there is one more shard, but seeing you has reminded me of the dangers that line the path to it. There is something that may help you, a weapon said to have been left in this mine by a hero of old. It is beyond price, and so we have protected it through generations. Now, when our tribe balances on the brink of ruin, it could aid in our salvation. The hero's weapon is stored safely up ahead. To the guard and take it with you, with the blessing of the Gorons.
Yeah. Talk to the guard. We're gonna freaking throw this guy into the lava. Thank you, Phoebe. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it. You like the background music? You like the tribal Goron music? Boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom. Boom boom. I don't like that they got rid of the what I call the singing Goron part. In Ocarina of Time, there's a part where there's like a it almost sounds like a monkey. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'll have to play it. I can't do it. Do 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 do. But yeah, Zelda always has amazing music. There's music in the background of the video game. I'm not playing like music. Pum 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 pum. Pum 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 pum. Skra.
Oh, human? What business does a human have coming here? None. No business. This is a forbidden place. I will protect this treasure from you.
I'm gonna stab your belly. Can you not? Yeah. Ah, what? That's not fair. See, this is why I hate this fight. You have to be positioned just right. Luckily, it's not difficult. It's just tedious. Potatophobia? Oh, okay. Well, then you don't want to be here. Because this guy resembles a giant potato.
Oh, that hurt a lot. Who knew that humans were capable of such feats of strength? Oh, maybe you are going to see the patriarch of our tribe? Ah, so that is why you are here. In that case, take the weapon of the hero of the past. But in exchange, you must save the patriarch of our tribe.
Why don't you just say his full name? Why do you have to say patriarch of our tribe every time? Just say Darbus. We all know who you're talking about. Thou art an ignoramus. Okay, blink. Oh. My aim is not that terrible, I promise. Which, I know you guys are alive. Nickname for the fox is Box. You're gonna call him Box? If you come on Twitch, you can call him Box and see how he responds. Ow. Ow. He can't see YouTube chat. He can only see Twitch chat. You don't have Twitch? Ah, darn. Well, just pretend then. Maybe one day if I figure out how to get redemptions into YouTube chat, then I'll do it. I don't think I have the ability right now because I have under 1,000 subs. And the threshold for a lot of stuff is 1,000 subs for some odd reason. Is there anything else?
Ah, you are here at last. I heard that you might pay a visit, young human. I am far-sighted in all things. Here you go, the last key shard. Combine all 3 shards. If you use that key, you can open the room where Darvis, the tribal patriarch, is being held. Who knows how powerful Darvis is in his new grotesque form? But I suppose I should trust your power, considering you came this far. Hurry now, to the patriarch's room.
Okay. Time to go kick go bomb butt. Yeah. Go, Phoebe. Go sleep. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I'll see you next time when I stream, okay? Just go sleep. You too, Camille? Okay, yeah, you go to sleep too. What do you mean, yo? Link, come on. Potato phobia is the fear of potatoes. Take your word for it. That doesn't sound very scientific, but then again, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know. Yes, you do have to sleep, so go to sleep. And I'll see you next time when I stream, okay? You think potatoes are scary? Why? Why do you think potatoes are scary? They're delicious. Die, little glass bottle, fool. Why do I think fungus is scary? I don't think fungus is scary. Fungus is probably one of the coolest organisms on our planet. The entire body of fungus is underground. The part that you see, the mushroom, that is just the flowering part that goes above ground. All the rest of it is underground. They're super cool organisms. It's believed that some organisms can be miles long because there's no real way to determine if they're like separate species or whatever. Yes, go sleep, Camille. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you, okay? I'll see you next time. Oh yes, I loved the drawing. He looks so cool. You made Slacker look way cooler than he actually is. So I appreciate it heavily. Wait a minute, am I going the wrong way? No, this is the right way. I'm going the right way. Hello, Ray. How you doing? Oh, you little son of a bitch. Bye, Camille. Have a good sleeps. That makes it terrifying? Don't worry. Fungus is completely harmless to you unless you ingest the wrong species. Fungus is the cleanup crew of the natural world. We are losing a lot of our cleaning animals. Like we're losing species of vultures and other carrion eaters, so we desperately need fungi. Hasta la próxima. Hasta luego. Yeah, I'm the better shooter. Get out of here, you little punks. Who do you think you're messing with? If you eat steak, are you helping the vegans because the cow was eating their grass? Oh boy, do I have a hot take for you on that one. But yeah. You're definitely helping the vegans out. Welcome back, Aki. Oh, that's what you meant by drink. I thought you were like going out for drinks with friends or something. That's why I was saying be careful. But welcome back. I'm glad you got your drink. What did you get to drink? I miss the cherry Red Bulls from Japan. Those things were so good. I gotta see if I can find cherry Red Bull here in America, or if it's something I can easily import from Japan. No way that worked? What? What didn't work? Or what worked that you're amazed by? Dude, pushing the wrong button is gonna get me killed so many more times. Cherry Blossom Red Bull? Ooh. Are you talking about the one that I got, or is that the flavor you got? Because the cherry flavor that I got was not cherry blossom, it was just cherry. Fastest gun in the West. All right, it's boss time. You got a twisted tea? Oh, Friday night drink, huh? Gotcha. You type stuff too late. Yeah, there's a delay. Sorry if I'm missing your jokes. All right, Darvis. It's time to fight. I'm going to kick your ass. That looks like the Demon Hunter gem from World of Warcraft. Cherry Blossom Red Bulls are good. I haven't found that flavor. You gotta mail some to me down here in California. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dumb idiot falls for it every time. No, gimme, no. Ooh, almost missed it. Hi, Olivia. How you doing? Long time no see. How you been? Watch where you're whipping those chains, man. I'm doing good too. Thank you for asking. You having a good Friday evening? Well done. Now we have 2 fused shadows. You know, you've been very helpful so far, so as a reward, I'll tell you an interesting story. Zant. That's the name of the King of Darkness who casts this pall of shadows over your world. He's very strong. You would be nothing to him in your current state. But Zant will never be my king. Yeah, not my president. I have nothing but scorn for his supposed strength. Not that your Zelda is much better. It still appalls me that this world of light is controlled by that princess, a carefree youth, a life of luxury. How does that teach duty? Yeah, duty. But I guess I shouldn't begrudge her the circumstances of her life. She didn't choose it after all, and I would never wish harm on her. No, as long as I can get my hands on the few shadows, I'll be just fine. Well, just one more left, shall we?
You so awesome. You so cute. You make my heart go woot woot.
Woot woot! Hey, you okay, buddy? Nice haircut.
What am I doing here? Oh, my head, it aches.
You're welcome, buddy. It saves so fast you don't even get to hear the saving noise. Make Slacky in a Link outfit? I can try if I can find the outfit somewhere. Wait. Hold on. I just remembered something. Bum, 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 bum. Híjole de puta madre, why is it so fucking big?
That's what she said.
Touche. How's that look? Still a little bit too big. There we go. Perfecto. There you go. Link hat. Heroic Link. I completely forgot about this. I'll wear this when I play Zelda, okay? North of here, across the plain and past the great stone bridge, in the lands guarded by the spirit Lanairu, you shall find one who you seek. Thank you, Velku. I mean, maybe. Usually I just play whatever I feel like at the time. I've been trying to get some Minecraft mods to work, but they've not been working. But we'll see. Link. Ilya. You've got to save Ilya. Those monsters left me with the other kids, but they must have taken her somewhere else. Whenever I thought I couldn't go on, I would think of you and Ilya and hold on, Link. Oh, he's a Link Ilya shipper, huh? You have a new name for Fridays? What are they? See, I'm fine now. Ignore my broken ankle. Remember what I told you back in Ordon, Link?
When I grow up, I'm gonna be just like you, Link.
So you don't have to worry about me anymore. Go help Ilya. Leave the children to me. I will watch over them, I swear it. Do not let their fates trouble you. Go to those who need you. You know, you notice this guy he looks like he's drawn like a JoJo character. He kind of looks like he belongs in JoJo. Slacker's about to say, I just wonder what Ganon's up to. In Hyrule, countless tales are told of the ancient hero, and your deeds bring them all to mind. May the graces of the great goddesses who shaped Hyrule bear you on your way. And that stupid baby keeps side-eyeing me. Yes, Phoebe, go to sleep. I'm going to be switching over to Tamagotchi anyways, because we are done with what I wanted to do on Zelda. And the next time, we will get to the Water Temple. Or Lakebed Temple. So, give me a few minutes. I need to switch over games, okay? So I'll be right back. Now everybody gets to see my BRB screens, even Twitch or TikTok. Oh, but I don't have the chat thing on TikTok or the vertical stream. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna do that real quick. I can do this. Okay. Oh, that's too big. There we go. Now the vertical people can watch or see chat too. Cool. All right. Be right back. Okay. I'm back. Oh, I still got the link hat on. I don't have a hat for Tomodachi Life. Did you really play the One Eternity Later sound? My goodness. Talk about bullying Slacker.
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. Now here's some news worth celebrating. Today, Beaker is celebrating birthday number 49. We now
Beaker's
take you
49
live to
years
his
old,
birthday
huh?
party.
Old man.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Smash his face in the
Congrats.
face.
We asked residents for their reactions. I want to share this joy with everyone. Congratulations,
tradition.
Teehee. Thanks for watching. I'm Pomni, and you're up to date.
Congratulations. He done it. Alright, give me my money. What y'all talking about? Oh, Mac's not getting along with Bunny.
That's my darling Mackie Poo.
Ask him out already. Aren't you jealous he's walking around with another girl? Yeesh.
Secret.
No, that was Pomni. You were not tripping. Romantic movie. Goblin skirt? Okay. Garage. What you doing, Aki? Oh, break it down. Go, get it. Oh, yeah, chicken man. Hit the moves. Oh, okay, he's tired. What's your problem? Don't know if I have any books for you, man. Do you want a historical document? You can read about the history of humanity? They randomly dance when you give them the music or the training books. So I'm trying to give everybody the breakdancing and ballet things, so everybody can like do. Oh, you don't like that, huh? So that everybody can do breakdancing or ballet. What you doing, Ed?
Welcome back from the ad break. If you hate ads, consider a sub or using your Twitch Prime.
Oh, the answer making a little heart. They love you, Ed. I want to make some pets tonight. You guys should tell me what kind of pets you want me to make.
Ha. Sup, bozo. Then expats are kind of sparse, don't
What are you
you
talking
think?
about?
You know, think we
Have
could
a
up the island
robust
scenery by adding some things along the
road
paths.
network. Adding some things along the paths? Okay, let me see what you got. No, I'm not putting this shit in the middle of the street. Are you stupid?
It will cost $120.
No,
Do we
Slacker,
have
you're
the
an
budget
idiot.
for that right now? Okay,
So I see
I might
owl,
bring it up
dino, and
again
chihuahua.
later. You
Okay.
know,
I'll try my best. Look at him stimming like a little idiot. Here, have a crab.
can't wait to poop this later.
TMI. Alright, let's dive into Miku's dreams. Oh my god, Miku, be careful, you're surrounded by C4. Or Claymore mines, not C4.
Must have been my imagination.
Well, I guess nobody's gonna be breaking into her house. She's got a Claymore mine set up.
Guess it was just a dream. Oh, what's up?
Here, have some food. Have some granola.
Yum!
Miku. Yeah, it's the law of this game that everybody makes a Miku. Man, nobody likes granola. That's hilarious. Every time I give people granola, they hate it. Here, have some soap. You need it, Miku. Take the hint. Good, she liked it. Girl, you stank. How have I still not... I've still not updated his bedroom. Figure it out yourself. I bet you do. Oh yeah, nothing like a sweaty butt. Oh, damn it. Here. Yeah, sure. Oops. You know I'm loco, ese.
Please learn how to cook.
I'm so evil to my knees. Cares a lot. Wow, that's your child, and you just care a lot. Here, learn karate. Alright, let's see. Who else wants me? Oh, the queen. The queen wants me.
Boss, do you have a sec? Could you take a photo for me? I'm thinking
I
something
swear, every
stylish.
time she talks,
I'll leave it to you to
it sounds like it feels like there's like it's in my brain, like a bee is in my brain.
Then let's find a spot for the photo shoot.
Let's do a beach shoot. Yeah, we'll do a little jump. Okay, so since you wanted this picture, I'll put you in it. Then we'll put Slacker, Aki, put Mac in the middle, Miku, Bunny, Caffeine, and then finally, Foxy.
Thank you. I didn't think you possessed this level of creativity. Color me impressed.
Please don't do that with your eyes. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot SpongeBob was on this island. Oh, Aki's playing video games in her sleep. Oh.
Oh, it was just a dream? Oh,
The fuck?
what's up?
Was that Natty? I forgot they had that sound in the show. Let's see. What do we feed Aki? Let's feed her. You want some pho? You look like you want some pho, Aki.
Yum.
Oh, you don't like pho? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Once I'm done checking in on everybody, we'll start
Care
making
to play
some
me
pets.
shadow quiz?
That's a spy. I knew it. I knew it
Here's
couldn't
your
be the
first
real
mystery
Aki.
me shadow. Who do you think this is?
Marceline.
The answer is
Everyone loves pho. Yeah.
Marceline.
I have met people who genuinely
Next up,
don't like
your
it.
second mystery me
I'm like,
shadow.
It's like chicken
do you
soup.
think
How do you
this
not like
is?
it? That's Foxy,
The answer is
without a doubt.
Foxy.
There's a hole in
And
his
finally,
ear. I just
your
realized.
last mystery me shadow. Who do you think this is?
Oh, that's definitely Miku.
The correct answer is Shrek.
You know what I need to make? I need to make Miku merch on my island. We have a literal pop star living on our island and no
Congratulations,
merch for
you
her.
won. Time for your prize. Go.
I never picked a small one. Frog? That's the best gift I could ever got. Failed ear piercing? Yeah, that's what happens when you let him do whatever he wants unsupervised. He tries to pierce his own ear.
Let's play no repeats. No repeats. Food. Le grand exit.
I like the way he said that. Le grand exit.
Spaghetti aglio olio.
Fuck? Was that a real word? Your Miku developed a crush on John Wick, then it faded. Pancakes.
Cake.
How could anybody not like John Wick?
Mint candy.
Maybe it's because there haven't been any new movies.
Croissant.
Croissant.
Coleslaw. Cornflakes.
God damn, Ed, you're good at this.
Mint candy. Mint candy is a repeat.
But that's also not
What a
food,
daring
that's candy.
display. Color me astonished.
Whatever, I won. Who cares? Hey, Caffeine.
Congratulations. You won. Time for your
Okay. Cleared the queue yet? No. Sora wants something.
Huh. Haven't seen you in a little while. His Royal Majesty, Fox God.
Alright, stop bowing, you little weirdo.
And Sarah will tell Mom, and Mom will tell Dad, and Dad will just sit there and watch TV!
Young.
That's not what he says. The real quote is, the school will tell Sarah, and Sarah will tell Mom, and Mom will tell Dad, and Dad will say, not right now, honey, I just got home from work.
I think Zyka and Cheeks McGee would be fast friends.
Oh, I don't know about that. But sure, let's try
What
it.
should we talk about to help them get along? What did you have in mind? Oh, Bamna.
No! You ruined it, just like you ruin everything.
Obama.
There we go.
Got it. I'll go round up Zyka and Cheeks McGee. Cheeks McGee, say hello to Zyka. Zyka, this is Cheeks McGee.
I think she's been
Do
avoiding
you
him this
feel like
entire
talking
time.
about Obama?
Obama.
So, fun fact, Obama and I are both pushing people downstairs enthusiasts. Sure,
Yeah, let's go
you're
pushing
more
people
than welcome
downstairs.
to join us. I guess this makes us buds now. Welcome to our new friendship.
Well, Aki, you're now friends with a butt. Because you both like pushing people downstairs. What nickname do you want to give him, Aki? It could be anything. Look at him. Look at his weird form. What do you really want to call him? No puede dormir. Oh no. Hold on, I got a funny one, Aki. Tell me if you like this one.
Booty pie, how goes it?
Perfectly. If you don't get it, I don't blame you.
They talked about Obama and ended up becoming friends. Me?
Obama. Okay. Now I think I can start creating. You're so sick you can't sleep. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's no fun. Oh, I don't want to make a video game. Not yet. Okay, first thing I saw was owl. So we're going to make owl. Quedar. ¿Qué es esto? Quedar. Please. Why can't I select? Oh, I'm stupid. Stay. Oh. Yeah. You ain't gotta ask. Don't be silly. Okay, so to make an owl, we need a bit of an oval head, like this. I can barely see that. It'll be okay, because we're gonna pick white. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we go back to gray. Do, 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 do. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I want to erase. Okay, that's fine. We can erase the white for now. Wait a minute, what? Why did it fill the whole screen? There's no break in the line. Is it over here? Oh, it's over here. Okay, hold on. I need to I need to cheat a bit. I need to see what an owl, the kind of owl that I want to make looks like. No, not that one. Oh crap. What are they called? God, that's such a pretty owl. That's also not the one I wanted to make. What are they called? Nope, it's not the snowy owl. Burrowing owl? No. These, what the fuck? These are all AI. Google. I guess I'm just gonna have to find one. Alright, I choose you. No, that's AI. What the hell? There we go. Here we go. This is barn owl. Barn owl. Why did I... Barn owl. Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. Okay. Open image. Oh. Beautiful. Such a pretty bird. Okay, there we go. I can open up. There we go. Now I can see you again, chat. I wasn't ignoring you, I promise. Your legs hurt from all day? Were you, were they making you walk around all day again? Okay, so I think I'm close-ish. Ah, you're such a hard worker, Aki. You should be proud of yourself. Getting that bread. Okay, this is probably gonna turn out horrific. Not what I wanted, smartass. Whatever, that'll have to do. God. It's so annoying that I can't choose a tool until I zoom out. Alright, and then we got to flatten the head a bit. Just a scotch. We don't have to do it by much. That. Is that the song of a kitty cat? I'm so glad there are no mouse intruders in my house, because I guarantee you Pepper would go berserk. She's a street cat, so she's a good predator, you know. She was raised on them streets. Okay, so next we take this shape, heart, because these cute little owls have hearts on their face. What color is that? That's like a light brown, I think. Yeah. Okay, that'll do. And then what we do is we come down here, we round this off a bit. Excuse you. Wuhol? Is that how you say owl? Yes, this is one of the more prettier species of owl that I like. I mean, all owls are cute, but I like barn owls the most because they look so mysterious. What is going on over here? Why does it look so bad in the preview? Whatever. Alright, and then we're going to take the oval tool. We're going to grab the brown again, and we're going to come down here. gonna make some wings. Comes down to about here. You once cared for a baby owl? Oh, that's so cute. What kind of owl was it? Yo, what's up, Flop? How you doing? Stick that there. Come over. That about. Sorry, I'm trying to measure out. I want this to look as symmetrical as possible. Okay. We will make corrections as needed. For now, I'm just trying to... God, okay, hold on. Stupid setting on this pencil. Owls are very rarely heard where you live. Back where I used to live, I heard owls all the time. We had, I think they were barn owls and burrowing owls. We got these cute little owls that live in the ground. And that's what we had here, down there. And in San Diego, they have burrowing owls too. Sometimes you can see them if you take a hike out into the mountains, or not mountains, like the deserty area. You see them running around. They make little burrows for them. They put like tubes or and pipes in the ground so that they can make little burrows. Okay, I need to make this circle bigger. Okay. Then what we do is we come down. We gotta make these wings a little more wing-like. That is to say, bit pointier, and a bit more uneven to make it look like feathers. Oy. Okay. And that's why I gotta do this little by little. Then fill in the top here. Beautiful. You know what makes a lot of these drawings so ugly though is the fact that they use smoothing. They have like an AI smoothing thing. So stupid. Barely works half the time. Okay, let's see, they go about here. Smack in the middle of their face. I actually have these like really pretty shaped eyes. You like the owl? Thank you. You got little tiny beaks, so we're not gonna make that too big. Thank you. I'm glad you like him. There. And then they got these little stripes that go from here to their corner of their eye. Oh, this is gonna be difficult unless I turn on straightener. There we go. And then he's only missing one thing, and that's his little feeties. Close enough. And his little claws. Oh, God, I still have the straightener on. Feet are gonna look kind of weird though. Now, give him its claws. Have to erase some of this orange. Ruining everything. Right. Okay, good enough. Oh, girl.
Barn owl.
Mysterious. Trotting. I think we'll make him hop because I didn't give him his wings like out. Que bonito. Ah, muchas gracias. Thank you, Flop. Hoot. We'll go with that one. Hoot. Yay, barn owl. Okay, and then the next one was Aki's idea of a dinosaur. This one I'm gonna have to draw completely from my brain. How am I gonna do this? Can I just draw it? Oh, too thick. You want to come live on Slacker Island? We will welcome you with arms wide open. Oh god, this looks terrible. Maybe I should just stick to drawing with shapes. Drawing with a joystick is really hard. Okay. We're gonna stick to drawing with shapes. We'll do like that for the base of the head. Just know that there's a chance of being fed weird foods though, okay? If you come to my island. I really gotta stop doing everything in one take. Oops, that's actually not a pixel. Okay. Do another circle for the body. This will be the back. Hello, Francesandra. Hello. Alright, Flop. Catch you later, bud. How you doing? Okay, we'll do... That's the first leg. I should have copied it, but... Second leg. Maybe we'll do the little arms later. Doing quite fine. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You having a good Saturday? Or it's not Saturday. You having a good Friday evening? Trying too many shapes and it's starting to get confusing, so I need to start deleting. Hopefully you guys see the vision once I start deleting shapes. I used to do shape art in Phantasy Star Online, so I'm kind of used to doing this kind of thing. Woke up 20 minutes ago. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's morning for you. Are you on the other side of the world? Are you in the UK or somewhere in Europe? Some of the lines. Okay. Sweden. Well, hello from Sweden. How's it going? This is a dinosaur. And if you think it's anything else, you are a disgusting freak and I wish you would go to hell. Just kidding, that's too harsh. Okay, now I can start filling in some of these lines. It looked like the combat dummy from Undertale. I don't remember what he looks like. Maybe I should draw that next. Gotta fill in the lines, otherwise the paint tool is not gonna work properly. There's a lot of gaps, oh my gosh. I read your mind. I'm a mind reader, you see? Right now you are thinking of breakfast. You're thinking, my goodness, I'm hungry. It's also because somebody in Twitch chat asked me what I was drawing. And I had to clarify because I know it looks weird. Alright, so. We're done. No, I'm just kidding. That is the outline, the basic outline. Okay, should we do... Pendejo. Okay. Well, I still got gaps, it seems. Stop it. Still got gaps, it seems. Yep. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Which reminds me of the days of having no internet and painting in Microsoft Paint, or drawing in Microsoft Paint. I used to draw RuneScape pictures in Microsoft Paint because I had dial-up internet. I came from the era of dial-up and DSL, and that internet went down frequently. Like, all the time. So there were a lot of times where I was without internet, so I would have to have my own form of entertainment, and that was drawing in Paint. So I would just draw RuneScape stuff all the time. Welcome back, Flop. Alright, are all the gaps filled in? Oh, there's one right there. Okay, let's try this again. Dude, what the frick? What the fuck? Ah, there's a gap right there. The life of digital art. Yeah. If I ever stop being lazy and start taking up drawing again, yeah, I'll be in this boat. There we go, finally. Alright, now we get to choose what color dinosaur we want. Do we want a green dinosaur like this color? Do we want to go with a darker green? I think we'll go with a darker green. We'll make something like Reptar. If anybody knows what Reptar is, I'll give you 1,000,000 brownie points. I do wish the loop of this song was a little bit longer. Reptar is from a show called Rugrats from the 90s. And I'm not pulling a only 90s kids will remember. So don't worry. I know us annoying millennials do that all the time. But you won't get that from me. I didn't mean to do this. I love pushing the wrong button. Don't you guys? Don't you love it when you push the wrong button? And it absolutely obliterates all your work. That's fine enough. I'm gonna hear this song in my dreams. These are his little claws, by the way, if you were wondering. Oh, that's actually an erase. I need to erase that. Please let me go to the tool. God, how do I have to zoom all the way out to get to that tool? Okay.
Welcome back from the ad break. If you hate ads, consider a sub or using your Twitch Prime. How's that look?
looks okay. His little claws are done. Yeah, give him a nice little smile. He's a friendly dinosaur. Actually, I'm not gonna do shapes for this one. We're just gonna free draw some teeth for him. Get rid of that annoying option. There we go. Ooh, too big. Too big. Okay, good enough. Oh, you've seen Rugrats? I suppose there's probably like reruns and stuff of it now. Okay, there we go. Sorry if I'm not talking much. I'm locked in, as the kids say. Trying to make sure I get this just right. got little mischievous eyebrows. He knows what he's up to. He's not really gonna hurt you. He's just gonna spook you. We should put some little spines on him. We start from here. Let's see, what color should we make these? Darker green? Bob Ross would be proud. I think I would legit cry if Bob Ross saw this and he was like, "That's a good painting, son." I'd be like, "Thank you. Senpai noticed me." Alright, there we go. Dinosaur done. What do you guys think?
Dinosaur.
I'm glad you like it. Trait. Fierce. Movement. I guess trotting is fine. You know, roar. Sounds like he's questioning it. There we go. Roar. Why is it so blurry? I'm gonna buy everybody one. How many people do I have? Like 20 something? There. I'm gonna give everybody a dinosaur. A pet seagull with its own theme song. Shaggle, shaggle, you are cute. Hey, Foxy, are you hungry?
Hey, good evening.
Here, have a crab.
About goddamn time, bitch.
I keep forgetting. I always forget that he has that voice line.
Oh, I feel a little different. LOL.
Here, have a dinosaur. I made it myself. Well, fuck you too. You ungrateful piece of shit.
Sup?
Alright, bye, Flop. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Here, have a dinosaur. Yay. See, at least she likes it. She ain't a hater. Just for that, I'll give you... I don't think I have your favorite food on hand. Here, I'll give you some... was that Xiaolong Bao?
Yum.
Damn, at least taste it.
Looney, how do you do? Muffin. Hiya. How do you do? His Royal Majesty, Fox God?
Have a dinosaur. Y'all are a bunch of fucking haters. Just for that, I'm giving you mussels.
Yum.
Yeah, yum. You'll say that now. Yeah, that's what you get. Fucking hater. Who else we got? Hey, Star, I know you'll appreciate my dinosaur.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Yep. Let's give Star bubbles.
Thank you.
Fern's scared of the the dinosaur.
Yum.
I guess tonight's just the night of haters.
Dinosaur?
Oh, what's going on here?
I saw civil protection on the cover of a fashion magazine. Really? You should get an autographed copy.
That civil protection is always up to something amazing.
Yeah, you guys better talk good about civil protection.
That's what I
get in
heard.
trouble.
It turns out, I shouldn't have started talking.
That sounds like Slacker talking
What?
right there.
Don't leave us hanging. What were you about to say? Yeah, if you're gonna gossip, just go for it. I've been sleeping so poorly lately. Oh, you should try having a banana before bed. Always works for me.
You gave me the same advice, but I misunderstood and tried having a banana while I was sleeping.
Yep, that sounds like Slacker.
I overheard a couple arguing about soap. Turns out one of them accidentally bought soap made out of some falafel.
I've heard that sort of soap is great for your skin. Maybe I'll track down this couple
Falafel
and
soap.
see if I
Ugh.
can have the soap.
I hate soaps with like really strong scents. I feel like the stronger scented a soap is, the worse it is at cleaning.
It's weird.
It feels
I feel
horrible on
so
your skin.
relaxed when we're together. It's like I could say anything and just be myself, you know?
Oh, huh? I was going to say, you look a little nervous to me.
Well, now I am. Oh, listen to this. I've completely mastered the art of being stinky.
Yep,
Go
that's Ed.
on one asked me anything about it.
Oh, really? Because you know, I got my professional license for being stinky years ago.
That's true. Shrek is
I've
good at being
literally
stinky.
written books on the subject.
I suppose there won't be any questions. You know what I heard? Apparently, people interested in the all-consuming boy are also interested in how does he, exist.
Oh, I've never heard of either of those.
Really? Neither one?
Yeah, Shrek lives in a swamp. News doesn't get to the swamp. Oh my god, Beaker, I've never decorated your room. Here, let's try decorating your house. I feel like you would like a cat person. I don't know why. Okay, well that's better than hating it. I wonder when they're gonna let us make like our own furniture or whatever. Oh my god. Is your goal to give me a heart attack? Christ. I don't like a corn dog. What is wrong with you? You look like a corn dog. Well, actually, maybe that's why he doesn't like it. That's it? That's all you wanted to say to me?
Pick up the can. I feel like I could use a style update. You know, something new to wear.
Nope, you are staying like this.
Oh, you think? Well, I guess all I needed was a compliment. Thanks. I'll keep wearing this.
Yeah, you ain't changing. How about some garlic? You want some garlic?
Yum.
Oh. Interesting. How about some nachos? You can have the last batch. It's been in my
That's too
pocket
much
for a
for
week.
me right now.
Oh, fuck off. You kidding me? Okay, how about some popcorn?
Yum.
Okay, whatever, fine. Oh, SpongeBob wants to talk.
Huh,
Bench
good
boop.
evening.
What do you want?
I'd like some dinner.
I ain't got no Krabby Patties. Actually, let's see what's for sale. Meet the Bulls. Loco Moco. Some zucchini.
Thank you very much.
Here, have some Loco Moco.
Yum.
Man, how do I satisfy you people? I can never find your favorite foods. Just
One sheep. Two sheep. Three sheep. Four sheep. Five sheep. Ah. What was that about?
Where are you right now? I'm at soap. What do you mean you're at
what's
soap?
that?
I mean I'm at soap. What store are you in? I'm at the soap store. Why are you buying clothes at the
Where are you finding these sounds? I don't have any of those sounds on my soundboard. Oh my god, the party's getting bigger. Rave palettes? What's a rave palette?
Ah. Whoa. It was a dream?
It's funny because Aki's the only person who has the dream. That's interesting.
Oh. What's up?
Exercise class at stay-at-home mom's good. You mean Pilates? That's not how you spell that. What's up, Bryn? How you doing?
Empire Man. I want to be friends with Aki.
Sure.
What should we talk about?
Hello, Bryn.
What did you have in mind?
Let's see. We need to add more people to our lingo. Who's a funny person to add? Is anyone else in the YouTube chat? I doubt it. It's late. There's probably like one or two other people, but they're probably just lurking, which is fine. How many things can I fit?
The Queen of England? Got it. I'll go talk to her about the Queen of England.
8:16 a.m. Oh my goodness. Are you somewhere in Europe or the UK?
Good evening.
Oh my gosh,
Aki.
Aki was still in her pajamas, Piter Man. You don't just wake a
Do
girl
you
up
feel like talking about
and force her to come outside in her pajamas like this.
the Queen of England?
Sure.
I first heard about the Queen of England almost a year ago.
Well, it was 5 years ago for me, teehee.
Really? Guess you've got me beat.
Oh, bad convo.
That left a bad taste in my mouth. I guess Aki and I aren't friends yet.
Well, welcome from the UK. How are you doing? Oh, cheer up, sport. It's okay. Have a truffle.
Yum.
Everybody loves a truffle. Barely fed you, though. think he would eat shiny. Oh no, one of your nostrils are blocked. That's no fun. Hate when that happens.
I feel like I'm getting closer.
Especially when you wake up in the middle of the night and that happens. Then it's hard to go back to sleep.
Vampy,
What's up? Something on my face?
You still trying to get with her?
No.
Sheesh.
I just wanted to say that I love you, Vampy. That's why I can't stop staring at you.
I see. Well, sorry to disappoint you. We cannot date, El Presidente.
Hold up. Did I just get rejected during my own practice run?
Yeah. Vampy don't want you. Freerin, time to move on. Maybe I need to make her a Himmel. If I make her a Himmel, then maybe she'll get over Marceline. I think we'll clear out the queue. Sheesh, my brain.
My Bishop TV is watching. Maybe I should tidy up around here. Huh?
25 meters away from the sea. Wow, you live like pretty close, huh?
Huh?
I used to live pretty close to the ocean as well.
Huh?
Only thing is though, is I lived in
Huh?
by the California beach.
Thank
So
goodness.
I imagine it's a little bit more favorable conditions than the UKC, right? A lot less cold and windy.
What's up?
Here, have some zucchini.
Yeah?
You're a growing boy. Hi, Aki. Your phone died. Well, I'm glad you're back. You're on holiday. Ooh, where are you? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Oh, let's give him yoga. He needs some yoga. He's a bit stressed.
Thank you.
My goodness, every time I clear one thing out, somebody else wants my attention. Freerin wants my attention again. Girl.
You're not a demon, right? It may just be my imagination, but I get the feeling that Vampy has a crush on me.
She doesn't. Girl, she doesn't.
Super sure. As sure as the sky is blue. As sure as eggs are eggs. I couldn't get Vampy off my mind if I tried.
A place called Butlands? Where's that? Here, have some meatballs.
Yum.
This is an imposter. This is not the real Freerin. Freerin loves meat.
It'll be this great.
Oh, I forgot they lived together. That's gotta be awkward. Alright, let's dump all of our points. The last thing I'm gonna do is make some Miku merch. Jesus, how many levels was that? 4 levels. 4 hours? Oh my goodness. So it must be clear on the other side of the UK then, huh? Sure, let's get a bathhouse. Wind turbine. Oh my god, we can finally start generating our own electricity here. We don't have to burn garbage anymore. Anything new here? No. Anything I don't have here? Except for the baseball? Might as well add it so I can finish out that. Oh, is it a school trip?
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. An exciting new travel destination
South
is now
Asia.
available.
Where are
A
we
South
going?
Asia tour is now available via travel tickets at the Wishing Fountain. Sigh of
India.
relief, 'cause it looks like. Thanks for watching. I'm Spider-Man, and you're up to date.
Okay, well, I'm gonna save the trips for when people are sad. I know that's gonna sound strange, but believe me. Dilapidated set. Oh my goodness. I know who I'm gonna give that to. Okay. Let's make some Miku merch. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. A vacay takes the big sad away? Yeah, it does. If I were terribly sad, I think I would take a vacation as well. YouTube kicked you out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you tell it not to?
Akin Zero VA wants you to hydrate. Get to it, you thirsty bitch.
I still only have Red Bull. But thank you, Aki. I have hydrated. Dum, 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 dum. I think this is a sleeve, right? I've only got Red Bull. Wait, are this... That is weird. Is that really how the sleeve texture is? That means that I need to extend this then. Oop. Okay. Oh, and we do a darker blue. Wait, that can't... Alrighty then. Wants to be difficult? Let's be difficult. Okay. I'm just trying to make a Miku armband. Oh, that is the wrong color. Yep. Miku armband. And then make a stamp. Use the front here. Oh, God, that looks terrible. Do you see the frickin' upscaling that it's doing? It's so hideous. How do we turn the model around? It looks so terrible. Okay, whatever. Miku merch.
Miku merch.
I can make this business attire. For anyone? Yeah, for anyone. Anyone can wear it. Yay, Miku merch. See, because we got a pop star living on our island. We don't have any merch for her. Okay. Let me check the clothing store real quick, and then I think we can wrap it up. Oh my God, we got a Power Ranger costume. All right, we'll buy this, buy this, buy this. We already have those. We already have that. Spacey sweater. I'm gonna give that to you, Aki. I think Aki would like that, given that's your theme. Why is there a diaper? Is that necessary? Trash can. I know who I'm giving that to. Samurai shin guards. Floral leggings. There we go. Blacker, where are you?
Ha. Sup, bozo.
Oh my god, stop stimming for 2 seconds. Here. Yeah, I knew you'd like it. Here. Your first $500 towards your space trip.
Thanks. If I save up
Oh,
$4,500
sorry.
more, I can go on that Antarctica tour I've been dreaming of. You know.
I do know. Okay, and then last but not least, wait a minute, I don't know. Slacker doesn't know. Human.
It's nice to meet you. Clear. My name is
Human, was it? Ha. I'm Slacker, you know.
He's so me, for real, for real. You're talking about Red Bull with Slacker? Oh yeah, you guys are gonna be friends.
What?
Aki, wake up, I got a sweater for you.
Oh. What?
Suits are perfect. He doesn't like it? Okay, Aki, I don't think this is you. I think this is an imposter. He doesn't like pho and she doesn't like a space outfit. I don't know. Hey Shrek, go help out Fern.
Hello there, are you alright?
Please help me?
Don't worry, I watched a video on this once.
The Aki is a
Wait,
spy.
What?
Put the Spencer here. No fucking way. What is with this girl?
Who is that? Shrek?
Fern, what is
Huh?
wrong with you?
I suddenly feel all mixed up. I like Mackie Poo, but I also have feelings for Shrek.
No.
Who
No,
do you
you
think
don't.
I really like?
It's
You're
Matt.
right. I was nearly misled. Mackie Poo is the only one for me.
Every single time I make a creature or an abomination, Fern falls in love with it. What is wrong with this girl? Yeah, Aki, do you want to see the dinosaur I drew you? Or drew you, but the dinosaur you suggested that I drew. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I guess so.
What?
I keep
Oh.
waking her up.
What?
Here, have the dinosaur that I drew. You see it? Yeah, I'm making her work for it. There we go. Almost everybody has a dinosaur. I'm still making my rounds. Nobody, so far everybody either just is ambivalent towards it. They're just like, oh, okay, thanks. Or they hate it. Like, geez, I know I'm not the best artist, but come on.
A new day is about to dawn. You're watching the news for Saturday, May 16th. A world record has been broken today. Mac and Shrek broke the record for the most ties in a rock, paper, scissors match. With some yerba mate on the line as a prize for the winner. Both participants selected rock an incredible 203 times straight. What's this? I'm getting word that the match is still ongoing. We're live as these courageous competitors continue battling. We may be here until one of them evolves fingers. We asked residents for their reactions. Did you really just report on that? LOL.
What a story. World-shattering news.
Thanks for watching. I'm Miku, and this has been the 12
that was a
o'clock
perfect
news.
response. Oh boy. Okay. Well, that is where I'm going to say goodnight. Oh my god, almost 4.5 hours. Jeez, that went a while. Okay. Well, now that TikTok is a part of OBS, I can say goodnight to everybody at the same time. I don't have to do this one at a time goodnight thing. So I don't think I'm gonna raid out on Twitch. Because I don't know if anybody's online. It's almost 1 in the morning. Oops. Good night, Aki. Thank you for being here all night. Oh, that is the wrong screen. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let me go see if anybody actually is online and would want a raid. Otherwise, I think I'm just gonna call it. Wow, there are actually people streaming game right now. Let's see. Who am I? Anyone I'm following? Oh, Bacon's playing Subnautica 2. Let me go, you know what? Let me go raid Bacon. Well, let's check out Subnautica 2. Sounds like fun. Okay, beautiful. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. Well, actually, have a wonderful morning, I guess. But thank you for being here. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm gonna see if Caffeine still wants to play. I think he probably wants to do Far Far West. So I'll see if he is still up for that or if he had something else in mind. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna do something else. But you all take care of yourself. Have a wonderful night, and we'll do it again later. Okay? Bye-bye.